Get up. Get up.
Getting up.
Let's see. Chat. Let's see. Had a little bit of an issue yesterday. I mean, they were stolen guns, but one of my ships, all the equipped guns reverted back to the default. I replaced them, yeah. These revenants were additional guns. I also replaced why is that like grayed out? Wow. That should be a Indo that I replaced it. I took one off of my freelancer when I put that crossfield on there. Or it was an Odyssey I added that I should have. I don't know. Anyway, I took off the that one and put it here. Here we go. Should have that Odyssey in it then. There we go. Now we're back to square one. Oh, but see, something's odd. Now it's showing it grayed out. It's showing it in it, but grayed out. I took the quantum out of my freelancer, obviously, when I replaced it with the crossfield. Put it in that one, and then it just disappeared. Let's see. Okay, that one should be fully upgraded. Yep, those are my weapons. And I tried the newer Guardians, I don't know. That one should be fully upgraded. This one. Yeah, I should have just the weapons. I don't think I may gotta put those on off of something else, off of the freelancer maybe. Yeah, okay, everything's right. Propulsion's not. For some reason, it just doesn't want to use that quantum drive off the freelancer. Let's take her a spin. Maybe that'll help. Uh-oh. Unrecognized commands. Love those. Let's try. That command. Alright, where was I? 10.
Waving hello.
Okay. But waving to nobody. Mistake.
It can only be attributable to human error.
Check that component out.
Pulling quantum drive.
Where's... Let's see. Gotta hit that. Look
It's
at these.
puzzling. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like
Yeah,
this before.
selling an Odyssey.
Landing gear raised.
So... Let's go to here.
Wait here.
Voice program's working overtime this morning. Oh man. Yeah. Why is it at 6 point something %? Yeah, I had to do those revenants twice now because I lost them. It reset back to defaults once.
Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Oh boy. Now it's spinning. I don't see a target, but where's that? And we're off. Don't like the way that looks either. Let me change that script back. Wonder if... No. Just lost the target here. Should say her L1 or whatever on it. It doesn't. Not a huge issue, but still. Let's see, I guess I could. Oh, kind of them red. I think I'm gonna look at doing some of these. I've already got the primary weapons. I don't know anything about the missiles yet. I'm thinking this needs power plant, shields. I don't know if that's good or bad, but force walls, Starheart. The Indo coolers are fine. Pretty sure those came off my freelancer. Or no. Huh. You see what I do to entertain myself on quantum drives. And here it is. 4. Shields. What are webs? 36, so yeah, that's quite a bit better shielding. Well, unless that's a mistake, I just realized something you don't want to use these guardians for. Yeah, I need to get rid of the guardians. What the hell? They have a better regen delay, but according to that, they're over 10 times as heavy. Hmm. Somebody convinced me to buy these because it's saying they were a little better, even though they were less at HP because of that regen delay, which is decent. That's it. And the throttle time is higher, whatever that means. But I just realized that's the weight. And it's 11. That's almost got to be a mistake, huh? Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's almost got to be a mistake. But if so, because I put those on my 325. I mean, that's enough mass. Did they give me mass or anything here? I mean, if they're 10 times the mass, then you wouldn't want to use them on a small fighter type ship. Those would only be viable on something tanky. Transport, maybe. Oh. There's no 325. Good morning, Shipwreck. How you doing? I'm trying to figure out what the...
Waving hello.
what to upgrade next. I've been going through all my ships and upgrading components. I don't know why I'm in this one. That's not one. I'm not sure if I want to upgrade that one or this one. I don't know why that's grayed out. But it's not cheap. Counting the weapons, I think I spent about 600K on that freelancer getting it it all tricked out. Is that what they call it? Tricked out? The size ones are almost half that. They're a little easier, size one ships.
Landing gear deployed.
Like this one here, it cost me an easy 500, maybe closer to 600 to do it. Well, maybe not, because I did already steal borrow the weapons.
Is at 100%. Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Had no idea what I was planning on doing today. Yeah, upgrading is okay, but it's kind of boring. I have to do a lot of grinding on bounties. Well, I don't have to. I mean, that's just the fastest way to for me to make credits. I guess I could trade, but that just has never turned out well for me. I mean, trading, the profit margin is such that you got to make 10 trips to cover your investment for any one trip. And with the odds right now, you're gonna DC or your ship's gonna despawn or something before you can make 10 trips, and that means it's a losing proposition. Mathematically, you're going to lose more than you make if you DC within 10 trips, because that's how much it has. That's what you invest. It's 10 trips worth of profit, roughly. Actually, more than that. It's only like 8%, depending on what you trade and whatnot. So yeah. Yeah, you have to. Trading would be great, but really gotta have a very very stable platform. I mean, that's kind of my thing. Is I've yet they talk about, oh, you need escort and blah blah blah. I've yet lost any load to pirates or anything, but yeah, I've lost a lot to just game issues. It's alpha, right? So, and it's like I say, if you were making an even 10%, then you'd have to make 10 loads before you pay for your investment itself. Meaning you'd break even if you lost on the 11th trip. And right now, to make 10 successful trade runs in a row without a DC or something is a pretty good gamble. So yeah, that's me. Every time I try to do trading, I end up back at about that kind, back at that kind of balance. Now this is actually from buying components. I bought, what did I just buy? The last thing on that. I just bought these cool cores. They're like 60 something K a piece. But these are all supposed to be like the best in the game for size 2s. Same with that one. It's all tricked out. And then just Manuses are my choice. And
Bowing.
I may have to block that one. Yeah, that's what I say. I said tricking them out, it's fun. It gives me something to do. Where is it? I ended up making a list, and yeah, it's around 374 for the component upgrades for size 2, and around 200K for the just the components now. And then your weapons. Well, the revenants, they're not cheap either. 4 of those they're 45K each, and that's on the Constellation. I use those. Yeah, I have a whole little list for size 1 and size 2. Okay, yeah, this is what I was wanting.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
Yeah. So far, I've only done the 2 that I use all the time, which are my 2 actual ships that I own. Everything else is like loaners. I own 3 ships, but Corsair's not in game yet, right? So yeah. So the 2 that I actually own that are in game are already tricked all the way out, like this one. And I didn't do any of the custom stuff. I kind of wished I had now. I didn't buy the coffee maker or any of that stuff. Darn it. At the time, this is supposed to be a Cuddy eventually. Cutlass Black. At least that was my thinking. I don't know. This is kind of a fun ship.
Launch complete. Landing gear raised.
It's like flying a little sports car. I'm gonna take something small. I think I might do some FPS stuff here. I might do one combat mission. Let's see. I haven't actually done any combat missions with it since I tricked all the components.
Drive activated.
Yeah, the only thing I noticed about those Guardians, I guess it was on Nerd Show and Tell. Nerd Show and tells you he's using them, and they do have a faster regen time or something, whatever that regen time setting number is. But then they also show to be 11 times. Maybe I wait a minute. Let's check that. Stop. Let's check that other web page. I have two of them that have stats. Maybe the other one's different. This is a little different. There it is. No, it's still got the same thing. All these others are 40 kilograms, and those Guardians are 469 kilograms. So that's two different. Yeah, this one I don't like. The one I use, I tend to use because of this, is just SC database. That's because it's got it's got this the menu page. But it used to have that same. I mean, this is like I think this is like the default. You know what you get by default with this XML pad or whatever, and this one is where he actually wrote this as a web page, right? This is a web page with links. So yeah, but that's two pages in a row. Yep, there it is again. That show that Guardian at 470 kilograms. Wouldn't that make you drift more? I mean, that's a lot of extra weight compared to 40 kilograms. I say that's over 10 times the price, weight-wise. Yeah, I didn't see that. People are saying those are better, but if you go by the same stats that say it's better, then it's also a lot heavier. Let's see, let's try one of these combats. And yeah, I wouldn't want to do that for. I mean, that's what I've got on this thing. Now, I don't know that weight, versus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure weight versus handling is involved, or I mean, bigger. That's kind of why bigger ships don't fly as good, as far as I know. Yeah, I may have to go back to the force walls on this one. There we go. Before, this one was kind of an adventure doing these. I mean, it's a paper airplane compared to that freelancer. And the guns aren't as big, right? I mean, you gotta stay on target, stay in the battle zone longer, and the freelancer, it doesn't ever even take damage, ever, unless I stop and forget, kind of thing. It doesn't take damage. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change that. I didn't submit, darn it.
Dancing.
Whoa. This thing spins fast, it'll make you dizzy. Yeah, I'm not used to that. Yeah, I see me oversteering big time here. Now, I'm gonna get there. I don't care how many of these darn markers I gotta warp to. Now it's not even giving me one. There it is. I don't know why sometimes I can't get that one. I think they have it. You have to be within a certain distance or something to see them. I know you don't see them from another planet, right? Alright, there we go. Time to grab some coffee while I get there. This one drifts easy. Hey, Vision, good morning. Trying one of the combat missions. I just felt froggy and trying one of the combat missions in the sports car in the 325. Haven't done them in a while, so. And boy, this thing. This could be either really bad or good. It's jumpy. Compared to that Freelancer, this thing jumps all over. Twitch the wheel and you're in the other lane. Freelancer's like a big old Cadillac or a big uh, highway boat. This thing's more like an Alfa Romeo or something. Oh yeah, I do need to set the guns on this one though, I do know that. There we go. Make that mana shoot at the same time as my other ones with the trigger one. I didn't overclock anything, but I do have all the components upgraded. This thing's as good as it can get in the game, I guess you could say. Other than, oh, Fusion. I guess I better do this. Target ahead. Target ahead.
Targeting red flag.
But yeah, you know, the Guardians that are supposed to be better, the small shields, the Guardians, supposed to be better than the Force Walls. I got to looking, and yeah, you know, they do have that one stat, but if you look on the same pages, they're over 10 times as heavy. Wouldn't that make you drift more? And all the other size 1 shields are 40 kilograms. A ton more, like 10.7 times as much. They're 469 kilograms, and the Force Walls and all the other size ones are 40 kilograms. And I checked 2 different pages, you know, 2 of those pages. And both of, you know, SC database and another one, and they both show that same stat. So I'm kind of scared of them now. I didn't have any problem with my guns stopping, you know, like running out of power or whatever. Yeah, so you know, it was enough that I checked a second page thinking, this has got to be a typo, right? Or, you know, something's wrong here. This has got to be a typo. So I checked, you know, I found one page that doesn't have the menu for the 351 components. And then I found, and then you know, then you told me when they finally updated the database. But yeah, both pages show those as being way heavier, like a 10 point, you know, 11. Here's the mass here, mass in kilograms. Every one of the others are 40 kilograms until you get to the Guardian, and it's 469. I'm like, wow. So that could be a mistake in the files, you know, that it just something that's wrong. But maybe it's, but yeah, that's something else. I mean, that's heavier. It doesn't even make sense because that's heavier than all the number 2s. But not quite the number 3s. I mean, it's in between the 2s and 3s as far as mass, and that's duplicated on this page that I found is AOTW's web page. If I can find them, here they are, shields. And it's an exact duplicate here. There it is, 469, and all the others are 40. So I don't know what the heck. That's you know, that's kind of a showstopper for them, at least for right now, because I have to think that that's a mistake somewhere. You know, that's supposed to be 46.9 or 47 or whatever, not 400 and something kilograms. I mean, I'm not certain physically what it's, you know, in game what it'll do. I mean, it seems to me like it'd make it drift a lot worse. But mean, my understanding is those sites that they're using some Python scripts and they're basically, pulling the files out of the game. The files come in a big pack file, and I've done this part before. You can get tools to unpack them, and basically you can unpack them, edit some things, or at least read some things, and repack them. Like on some single player games and things, you can actually edit files. Probably can't in this multiplayer, or it'll have a version mismatch. But they're unpacking the files and so that data comes directly out of the game files. That's my understanding anyway. And 2 sites in a row, 2 independent sources tell me that thing's almost 11 times as heavy. Whether the mechanic's in yet or not, I don't know, but eventually that could be a problem. Yeah, that was too easy. That does seem to help. I mean, I didn't get hit, so I couldn't tell what it would do there. Yeah, this one's always at Breckenridge. So I normally go to this one because it seems to be random. But that top one is always at Breckenridge. And it's also the very top of the list, so I kind of think you're liable to, you got a higher chance there because it doesn't seem to be random. Of running into another player is what I meant.
Quantum drive activated.
I'm not sure I want to try and take out the turrets. I guess I will, just to check the components. Last time I did, I don't know if it was a glitch or whatever, but I mean, they ate me up. I mean, just took this thing out and quick. And I can take them out fine in the Freelancer with the size 2 turrets, but yeah, this ship, they wiped it out. Ate it for breakfast and never even broke a sweat doing it. So yeah, I think I'm gonna give her a shot and go in and see if these upgraded components, particularly the shields and all, made a difference. Rudder's set for roll. I used them in a while, but nope, they're not set up anymore. Too many resets. Darn it. That's the only roll with the keyboard is just kind of you don't have any fine control at all. All the others are pretty decent. We can have turrets. Yeah, see, they taking out that front shield, already doing me damage. This thing's decent good now. Yeah, I do. I'm not using the HOTUS right this moment. I haven't really. I kind of stopped using it when this flight model come out because I mean the throttle just isn't really as useful anymore. So. And I kind of figured out in combat, like with the AI, I seem to do better with the keyboard. So, oh, that's a long way. But as far as landing and having, better actual control over the vehicle, I don't have the good HOTUS. Mine's the cheap one, so it's not as good as some. But yeah, actually, I'll definitely be going back to it, or at least trying it out again after 3.6 when they're changing the throttle control. There we go. The throttle control again, and I'm definitely gonna go check it out again. Hold on, I gotta get rid of that command. It's driving me batty. Oh, I saw it and then it went away. I have one for this. Start, okay. Start walk.
Getting some exercise.
There we go. Oh no. Start walk.
Getting some exercise.
Kind of like an auto walk when I have set up, it just presses and holds it. Wonder, I need to stop walking.
Let's rest here.
Need to get my weapon out, make sure I have that would have been bad. Start walking.
Getting some exercise.
Silly rock. Change view. Change view. Get enough voice commands and everything. This will be a hands-free game. Yeah, I need to go back to my HOTAS. I mean, it's just when I go to PTU, it's not, it's a lot of extra setup you got to go through to do, and the throttle kind of didn't work like it wasn't really an advantage right now. It's kind of big and clunky. When I sit it there, it's hard. It's not real comfortable. But the kicker was I actually just tried mouse and keyboard for some combat a couple of times, and did really good. And I'm just AI combat, not like PvP, and did really good. So that was the main reason. After I realized it seemed like I could hit the PvP, I'm only halfway there. We are getting our exercise. That was what, like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go to mouse and keyboard. It's more comfortable at my little desk. I just didn't have room for it, and I seem to be able to do better with it. So I'm just gonna use it for a while. But I do want to get it back. I do want to set it back up. And with the coming 3.6, they're supposed to change it. I've heard that it's gonna where you can either have the option of using the cruise thing or a regular throttle. I don't know if that's exact or not. It's all hearsay. Well, it's not hearsay that they're going back to a regular throttle. That Chris Roberts and them said at that new monthly dev thing they have. whatever it's called. One of the Dev Talk thing shows. It's the newest one, I know that. Newest name. Seem to change the name of them. Guess I should have brought the freelancer. I can take out the turrets easily with it. I'm guessing you could do the same and naturally on the back of it. I'm guessing you could do basically the same with any Connie or whatever. I don't know if I've ever actually tried with a Connie, but it has bigger guns, so yeah. I'm guessing those Revenants would be like. I'll go get the freelancer and do it with those. I can take the turrets out and it goes a lot faster. I don't need this much exercise. Stop walking.
Let's rest here.
Only 4 of them. Damn, he just didn't want to die. I have no idea what those questions are. They're, oh no! Wow, he glitched. Where'd he go? Okay. Ah, I can't believe that. My bad. Get up.
Getting up.
What gun did I lose? Daddy. I don't have any extra pistols. Oh man. Guess I'll go see if they sell any. I don't have any money, do I? Yeah, I got a little bit. I like the pistols, it's just not real good with them. That one was kind of a glitch. That guy jumped. Messed me up. Didn't know where to look.
Hi. Thanks for coming in.
What am I doing here? This isn't where you buy pistols. Is there one that has a bigger magazine?
Welcome to the store.
Let's see, let's look
We
at
got
this.
a lot of variety. Take your time and have a look.
Yeah, I can't tell which ones are pistols, so that's my problem. I only sell that one, I guess. Basically what I had, right?
Smart buy.
Thank you, I thought so. Oh, it's the midnight version. Ooh. Let's see, what is this? I don't even know what that's for. Isn't that what I need? I don't know what that LH is. I think those are what I need. Might be wrong. Okay. Let's get back.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
We can actually finish this if we get back. I want revenge. The guy shot me in the back when I was trying to run away. Running away is nothing to be ashamed of. Unless you die doing it, right? I don't know how long I had to get back and kill that last guy. What's with all the criminals this patch? I mean, people just getting bored and killing each other. I gotta find this thing old-fashioned way if I'm not mistaken. Oh, there we go. Amazingly, I'm right in a good spot for this. Yeah, everybody here is red. Yeah, I wonder how much of that's true, that people are just getting bored waiting for this next patch. I'm betting I have to find the location manually. Millerand. Jumped in here too fast to even think about the heat. Can't hardly read it. Oh, I'm good. Good time to grab some more last of my coffee. Be right back. Okay, I guess I should have filtered through those questions. That one's not bad, but yeah, it's kind of a The question's innocuous enough, but I could see where it could bring some questionable responses. So used to tabbing out. Y'all didn't see that. I gotta wait for the. Come on. Cool down on the quantum. Yeah. Now I can't read them. And they go away before they go. Sometimes. Chat. How am I gonna find it if I can't read them? There's my. There we go. I can't read those. Yeah, this might take a long time if I can't read the Millerand. I think that's it. I guess I could have used the map. That would have been the solution there. Well, I guess that's still a thing. Get up.
Getting up.
You lazy bum. Get up. Splined right into the planet. Three minutes. I'm being punished 3 minutes. It's my commuter malfunction that took me into the planet. Coolers I don't need.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
We may time out before I ever get back there at this rate. Still on. This time we are this time I'll map right to the markers. So. That guy probably didn't get out fast enough and I closed it on him. Gotta be fast. The door opens, get the flock out of there. Nice looking ship. can't, there we go. Oh yeah, that'll work. Maybe I won't hit the planet if I actually map to the outpost rather than just finding it manually. Okay, that's what I was doing, adding these up. Yeah, so that's not bad. It's only 120K to upgrade that Hornet. Might have to start with it. Oh, did that wrong. Flying Orla? Yeah. No, I haven't actually caught a show much. This last 3-4 days I haven't seen it. It seemed like I did jump in there and he was talking about Flawbod gifted him one. I think I saw when Flawbod gave him one on basically like on stream. But I didn't know he was so yeah, that's pretty wild. It was like one of the very few ships he didn't have, and yeah, I guess you're the one that told me that's the biggest EMP. I forget where where we looked it up. I've seen it like in stats somewhere as well since then, but I don't remember exactly where. Does an EMP shut down missiles? I'm thinking not. If the no-fly zone won't shut them down once they're launched, I don't think anything will. I guess I need to go through and kind of list out the missiles and see what I can do with those. Yeah, it is. I'm wondering. I mean, you'd have to think that they have some electronics for tracking or something at least, even if they're, solid propulsion fuel, basically a bottle rocket. They'd still have to have flight controls. This will be second try to get here, so that's 20 minutes or so at least. Pretty sure missions would just time out at some point. I don't know how long they take. I know at one time it was pretty short. They had to extend them because after Hurston came in. Please work. There we go. The next question is, do the NPCs despawn? I don't have a waypoint, do I? Oh, we do. Oh, wow. Let's go faster. It does look like maybe they've increased the turret damages a little bit in this patch. I mean, I used to be able to, well, I don't know, I didn't do it with a 325. I know I could take them out with a Titan. You know, they'd do some damage, but not much. They wouldn't damage the ship. I mean, they'd hit the shields. This thing, I can take them out with. I can find the outpost. Got my shields down pretty good. I mean, they're well, neither are these. They did me some damage in this size too, with all upgraded components. And they used to do diddly squat, right? And so they've definitely, you know, ran them up a little bit, I think. And that tall tower there, you'd have to keep an eye on that. That'd be a... Yeah, I guess with the Hoover mode being able to look down like that, there is no way to do that anymore after next patch. And I'm not liking that idea. I mean, I gotta be able to nose down to see where I can land. Either that or go into third, and I don't like having to go into third. But that's what I understand of the Hoover mode anyway, I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure I'll figure it out however it is. To me it seems like, you know, now we're gonna have to learn how to fly helicopters. I didn't like those in flight sims. And that's kind of going the opposite. I mean, that's why I'm thinking at that point my joystick is going to be... it's kind of like we're going from, you know, this flight model and controls is aimed toward keyboard, but Hoover, I bet that's not going to be real forgiving for keyboards. You know, you move your mouse the wrong way, you're going to be sliding in that direction. That's kind of nice of him to stand there and wait for me. Oh wow, there's somebody else. Somebody else has a mission here, maybe. That was definitely a second NPC. There's a third. I'm out of here. Why is my run toggled? There it goes. Now it's not. Yeah, I only had one more to kill in there, but I got killed 3. So I'm guessing I killed 2 of somebody else's mission. Let them come find it all beat up. They'll wonder. I should have sent the elevator back down. Nah, that'd be me. But I got paid, finally. Let's see if I can't do one a little bit faster than that. That was horrible. And I can do a Vic occupants, which is, no, it's not it. Okay. Not always at Breckenridge. This one's at Eldridge. Get up to 10K. I think it's somewhere around 10K altitude. You can quantum now, but get her up to about 11. Be kind to me, Spline. Yeah, they explained, or they called this a spline jump, so I had to look it up, and that's actually a mathematical formula for determining a curve, you know, to extrapolate a curve from dots, from fixed points. So I guess that's where it comes from. What did they do here, damage-wise? damage that gun, I think. Kinda looks like it from the red. Get through another one, see if I can't go repair maybe. The first one was kind of a that was kind of a mess up. That's what I get for trying it with a pistol only. Go back to what works. I don't know if that was the pistol or just the glitch that caused that. That last guy just disappeared, and I think he ended up behind me. I never did see him. Could have been a player or two, I don't know. Somebody shot me though, I know that. Speaking of, yeah, I tried but never could use a med pen, so I'm still full of those. Okay, nice. Make sure everything's equipped. I lost a pistol on that last one. Still a couple more waypoint markers in there, so I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, gonna crash. Wow. Yeah, can't see what I'm doing here. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Regroup. terrible. I can't see with all them darn markers in the way. Rain, fire, see if I can't get lucky. Yeah, these turrets are doing a lot of damage here. I can't tell where I'm even aiming here. I guess that one. I think I did better in gimbal mode trying to get those turrets. That may be the secret for me. I like the assist when I'm shooting at vehicles, but that may be a better ticket for me. Got 8 guys in this one. What the hell? What's shooting at me? Oh, come on. Oh, really? I know I took it out at one point. I got the blurry vision. Look at the text up there. Don't know what that is. Huh. Can I not get out this way? Guess not. My chip be damaged. Didn't I just reload my rifle? Oh, I shot at the back door, that's right. More mistakes. Yeah, I got the blurry text going on. That's not a big deal so long as the scene isn't blurry. I don't care about the text. I used to have a bad water effect that could happen here that made it like a hard mode. Must all be downstairs. I guess not. Guess I spawned up after I killed that one. Fucked up. I have more of these guys down here somewhere. Usually they come running over here. I don't like getting all the way down here without 5 left. That's a crowded mess. Got them all. Yeah. That was actually a pretty good one. That was a little better than the first one. Definitely a little better than the first one. Now that I redeemed myself a little bit, I need to go get my ship fixed back up. There's a lot of red, but I don't see much. Hydraulics are working overtime. Now, that wasn't working when I got out, was it? Let's see if it goes all the way up. Seems awful slow. That. You know, you can hand crank that ramp that fast. Don't have better hydraulics than that. But it worked. Huh. Well, now I'm not showing any red.
Launch sequence complete.
We're still gonna go get us something, some repairs here. Okay. Guess it won't let you until you get out of atmosphere somewhere. Okay. Uh-oh. Stop. All that flocks. Can't complain, I guess that's the first one, so. Yeah. Yep, that was the Serenity song from the TV show. Get up.
Getting up.
I guess I have to claim my ship anyway now, so it doesn't matter if it was damage denied. Yeah, those seem to take me a lot longer than my combat missions to make any money on. Of course, the first one I can't count. That was just stupid mistakes. I wanted to see here. People were telling me. Yeah, what? I don't know if this is part of that dynamic commodities they keep talking about or what. But you can only buy 3 SCU of medical supplies. Agricium from here or to here though. Buy all the agricultural supplies I want. Right. So, but so you're deadheading back, meaning you're not, you don't have anything to take back, or can you take? Will they buy agricultural supplies or something? I guess I can look that up, huh? That's what I need to do. Court mining. Let's see. I think they updated the other one, which I kind of know how to do better. We'll try this one. I'm not really wanting. I was just really wanting to look and see, cause yeah, I mean there should be a way to at least have some kind of. Uh, I don't know where Port Olisar is going to be in this list. Thurston, surely. Or Stanton, here it is. I don't even see Port Olisar. There it is. Daymar. Court mining on Daymar. Well, they're telling me to take med supplies there, and I don't have any. Can't buy that much. I don't think. I might be able to buy that much. Yeah. Guess I'll buy what I can, huh? This is gonna go bad, I know it is. I guess I should write that down. See if I make anything on this. Not gonna make much. Oh yeah, they only that's oh wait, what did I put that in? Uh oops. I think I put it in the Connie, which I wasn't planning on doing, but that's alright. Give me a chance to use that
Your ship has been delivered to the
timer
following landing
timer
pad.
you showed me. Five. Well, it only sold me. It only let me buy 3 SCUs, so 300. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that right now. Oh yeah, yeah. Here, and that's what it's called on their site. Did it start? Come on. Might take it a minute. go. I got two of them. Yeah, but it's basically the same thing except for you got pause in between, and then you can time it for 5 or 6, however many times you want. And I'll just do a real short one. So it's 33 seconds, 5 times. Should have set it for less than 33, but here we go. And of course, you could set it at a time length you want. I just use that as an example to keep it shorter. Get a good audio, and it stops, it sets up, hit continue, it'll go another 33. So that's kind of cool. It's, how do you get back to the other? I don't know how you get back. Exit. I thought there's a way to clear it and reset it, but I don't think it's working right. Well, it's not. It's just a different timer. That's like the, yeah. That's the. You got to go. If you just go to the straight first website you come to. Well, hell, it had a website. Let me get off the pad here. Let me see if I can. But there's a whole choice of different clocks and timers, and I mean that guy makes a lot of those. And that was just the one that was like, it's perfect. It's even got the pause, so it'll beep at you, and then But if you're busy or whatever, you can go on and finish your task, and then go click, reset or restart, and it'll start the next one after you sell. I'm like, yeah, that one's all, it's like built for that trading thing. I don't trade that much, but I thought that was just perfect for it. I'm scared they're gonna store my ship if I don't get off the pad here.
Landing gear raised.
Let's see, Daymar or Arcorp on Daymar or Delamar. That's Delamar, so Daymar. Yeah, they're moving Delamar. Did you see that pic? Sorry, car. There it is. Yeah, from the pic, it looks like, let's see. I got it all spun around here. Yeah, from the pic, it's gonna be out here somewhere. Upper left, so yeah, it's gonna be a long way. I guess they're gonna slide it right around here. Maybe somewhere out in here. That'll be cool, actually, I guess. I wouldn't doubt that's the distance. It's gonna be a ways out.
Drive is now on.
Alright, let me look at that clock again and get the address. See, there's somewhere on here. Huh. Oh, here it is. In the middle of all this is downloads. And then, yeah, and it's the second one down. Here's the original, that's the web page one. And then it's the other one right here. Yeah, he makes all these different timers. But this is the second one, I think. Yeah, countdown timer. Alright, where am I going? That way. Looks like I'm moving sideways. Pretty sure I'm not, but it looks like I'm moving sideways. Yeah, I mean, Vijay, I know you may not be watching, but yeah, you can skim through and catch where it is or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I like this one for this. I mean, it's perfect. If you do a little math and figure out how many times you sell, or just set it for like more times than you need, that's what I'd do. The only time I used it, you know, I knew I had 5 or 6, so I just set it for 10. You know, rather than doing math. That's the whole point in having the timer, right? I don't think the other one has an audible alarm. It doesn't, and that's what I see is me standing there, but being tabbed out and over here looking at something else, doing something else, waiting on the timer, right? And so yeah, I like the audible alarm because that'll let me know. Gotcha. I've never actually brought Twitch up on a phone. I've got a tablet or two, a couple of. I think there's an old one somewhere around here I haven't even seen in a while, small one, and then the one my wife uses. I've never tried to use it on a phone. Yeah, I probably could have taken the freelancer if it hadn't have been being claimed. I don't think I have enough money to buy much. Nice. So now we have annoying noises just because we want to see how far we are. Please tell me no. There you go. Yeah, that would work. I bet I still have them somewhere. The old, when they first came out, though, I'm sure the newer ones are much better. The Bluetooth earbuds. I didn't really like them too much. I ended up using just the hardwired ones. I wonder it took me so long. Because I used the distance, I didn't see where my throttle lock thing was at. Cruise lock. It's not going any faster anyway. Yeah, I can imagine.
Landing gear deployed.
When I was working, doing construction, I didn't even carry a phone. It wasn't, I mean, I could. I even with my cord, I'd just put it under my shirt, and then tuck my shirt in. I'd have my phone. Usually I wore it in a case. But problem with that is, you just can't have a phone out there on a construction site where I worked. It'd end up getting destroyed. They just didn't last long on a construction site. So we tended to leave them in the truck.
Landing complete.
Yeah, if you didn't drop it, you'd squish it or bang it, or yeah, it's something would happen. And I think it's one of these buildings. I saw that red antenna there, but that may not be right. Uh-oh. Am I at the right place? No, that's probably it over there, isn't it? Darn it. But I'm not close enough. I'll have to go over there. woes of trading. Especially when you don't know which building to park at.
Selected. Off.
That's not even a building either. They've changed the antennas or something.
Landing.
You say so. What am I on here? Huh. It didn't look level from inside, but guess it is. Now watch it be the first building I was at. Well, not this one. Guess I better go find it. By the landing pad, I'm not even sure where that's at this point. There it is. Yeah, I'm right by it, so. Go up here on the landing pad, see if I can see. Kind of buildings, I guess that's it over there. There's a red looking antenna on the other side of my ship. I thought it was always by the red antennas, but that doesn't look like it. I'm gonna go, yeah. It's gotta be that one by the pad, right? Normally they say park on the pad, but I don't want to do that. My ship might despawn. I'm gonna figure out which one it is. You can tell. Tell I'm not much of a trader. Huh?
Take off. Selected. Yeah.
Yeah, this one. I see the antenna now, but I guess it's because it's in the daytime. I couldn't see if I can do it. Hey, that should be it. You know, I know it's the one with the red antenna, but I could see red antennas. There's two antennas just off in the field on the other side of those buildings I was parked at. And I didn't see this red antenna. At that time, yeah. See, that's that red sign antenna looking there. On the other side, I can't see it, so. Or I didn't see it in the daytime. I'll know next time. Yeah, there we go. I should be close enough. 7001, yeah. So 51 credits. And I got undefined. Huh. It's 399 units. How many can I sell? 200? Okay, well that one fell before I even got to push the button, so I'm guessing that was just a goof up. I'm getting retries and not selling. I'm gonna give it a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna give it that minute and a half that you would normally wait on trade, because I may have screwed up by getting it trying too many at once or something. Yeah, I don't think I have enough money to even really do trading. 10K. So I have 17K. Still getting undefined air. I bought
Firing missile.
2 cool core coolers.
Cruise lock.
Yeah, bought these cool core coolers for the freelancer. They're like 63K a piece. That's a good thought. Maybe it is 100. I've never seen it only be 100, but then I've never seen it only sell 300. So. Nah, it's acting screwy. All kind of screwy. Yeah, I mean, I haven't sold any, so it shouldn't be having to wait on a sale, right? It's failed to cut. It's a Grissom. Transaction failed. I haven't even tried a transaction. I'm about 500 units of that. Now I have 21 AUC. Try 50. Yeah, I don't think it's an amount thing. I think it's... Hey, I sold 50. And a retry, so yeah, you gotta count from 50, I guess. Like 1 minute and 40 seconds. Sound good. Yeah, but everything that has, so that's probably it. You know. Apparently, medical supplies have become like a rare commodity. Yeah, that's kind of That just bugs me. You can't sell 100. Undefined. So there. That's not the. Downloading update for what? Oh no shit. For the live or for PTU? Oh, okay. I gotcha. Still getting undefined. Uh, I'll just start another timer and leave it for a minute and a half. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that was an update just the other day, or well, it's been a week or so now for live, but. Anything I can pick up in here? Can I steal anything? It says 341 now. There's a fix for that, but it should. In other words, it should work. But let me see if I can find that. Yeah, it's just delete the user app folder. If you want, you go in the launcher. It does not update. And that's to do that. You go to your C drive, or let's see, start with my PC. And your C drive, users, user profile would be your name, not mine, of course. App data, roaming, and they're saying to delete one of those. Which one did they say delete? Wait a minute. Delete the RSI launcher page. So yeah, it's this one. That's what you'd want to delete right there. That then restart the launcher and it'll fix that wrong version. Should definitely sell to 50, right? Succeeded, yay. Okay, start my timer. Guess I can just leave that up here. Uh, Not really, because then when I'm in game, I can't see it. I'm gonna go set my ship. I wonder if it's gonna despawn if I don't mess with it. I already bought all my credits worth for Agricium. I should have waited, huh? Cycle it on and off, just something to do. That shouldn't hurt it. Maybe it'll keep it from despawning, I don't know. My egg timer went off. Now that I know there's enough time, let me try 100. Definitely not. You can only sell 50 at a time. And I wasted my try, I guess. Hey dude, do you know any better place to sell this stuff at?
Need something?
Yeah, I need some place to buy this stuff. How's it going? None of those work, man. Good thing you got all these.
I can't talk right now.
Yeah, you ain't saying nothing I want to hear. Ooh, tools. I like tools. Those are cheap ones though. They don't say DeWalt on them. I do like the progress bar and everything that this has. Still getting undefined. I may not be able to sell anymore. 299 or 300. I haven't sold any even though it told me it did. Have I? I sure haven't. I have not sold the first one. I'm thinking that shit's borked. I bought 299 of them. Or I bought 3 SCU, and I have 299 left. I'm giving up on that. Now I probably forever have 3 SCU of unusable. I may be glad I used this vehicle now. Yeah, it gave me money for it, so I guess. Because what now, like a 20 something SCE? That's a good point. It did give me money. Let me go back and see if I can sell, but now I'm getting just undefined. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do that till I sell the Agricium I just loaded up in it. But yeah, you got a point. It did give me money for some. But that's what I'm saying is I bought 3 SCUs worth. And I still show. Let's see if refreshing everything. This may. No, now I don't show anything. Uh-oh. Yeah. Time to get back to PO. Yeah, I may have to sell what I got and then reclaim it to get rid of the other, but something's up. Now I can't. Now it's not showing my anything. Yeah, I'd like to get back to PO so I can sell that stuff, hopefully, one way or another. Even if I gotta get on a different server. Might be something server related going on, but now it's not even showing my ship.
Take off.
So yeah, time to get back to. Something's odd. That was weird, only being able to sell 50 at a time. I have to try somewhere else if it's still there after I relog and all. I think I'm gonna have to do something. Go somewhere else maybe. Used to could sell it right there. That's med supplies, and make money, make profit. Oh yeah, I gotta slow down, or I'll go right past the station when I drop out of UT. Possibly sideways. That's one of those little quirks. I hope it's just a bug. I'm not real fond of the way you drop out of quantum and you're moving at 1,000 kilometers a second, sometimes sideways, sometimes in odd directions. I mean, you have to, turn around and stop, or right here I'd have still been moving so fast I'd have went right past the station. Yeah, I never did write down what I spent for that. So there goes the profit calculations.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
I don't know, Zaxxas. I should have you, I would think. Oh, that's not what I need. See, remember that? No, I don't know. Is it the exact same as it is there? Or? You're not in my server, are you? Is your name the same as it is there? Okay. There we go. Gotcha. Hey, yeah, I don't know. There was a while that I wasn't. Oh, are you trying to get it now? Or if you need me to, let me know, and I may have to restart mine. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it should show me online, and that's what you need. You know, to join me. I think it's you that has to restart the launcher, but I won't swear to it. Okay, on pad. I wonder if I should throw something out there just to
Your ship
despawn
has
it.
been delivered to the following landing pad.
Okay, good. Trying to get you see, yeah, you see me now. See, should this side work? Should, right? I'm up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, see, I still show 299 of 300 med supplies. So how did I sell any? Don't get too worried about it. They're gonna change the throttle again. Yeah, let's take it over here.
Your ship
See,
has been delivered to the following landing pad.
just take it somewhere else and see if they'll sell. At this point, I'm just doing experimenting. Alright, can you get in? Is there any open slots on the server? Or? I also have this. I should be. I'm not gonna swear I'm in a voice chat. Yeah, I'm actually on it now. So if you wanted to get in Discord, you can. I take it you're already in the server. I should have seen it. I should have seen if I could buy. That's what I should do. I ought to go inside and see if I can buy another 3 whatever. So for all I know, they've nerfed the price down anyway. I want to just see if I can find some place to sell it because that wasn't working out. And they showed they'd buy it and all, but it sure wasn't working out. Is that a hammerhead? Sure is. We got sharks. I'm just gonna run the closest crew 1 here. Just to see if I can get rid of these medical supplies. Without having to just reclaim the ship, I mean. Be nice to actually sell them.
Drive is now on.
But I guess the good news is it's I haven't DC'd or anything. I actually had more than when I started, so even if I were to crash now, I couldn't say this was a loss if I yet. Uh, I was gonna say, yeah, damn it. I had to say that word, didn't I? Oh my gosh, I had to say that word. Wow, I can't believe they did that to me. That is what I was saying. And I still can't count it as a loss. That's what I said, I guess. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a bio and get something to drink while this reloads.
Common Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Very nice. Even got the recovery. Cool as that. Alright, where am I? Or more specifically, where is the space station? Very likely. That I either continued in game or it logged me out before. So yep, gotta re-jump back to this station.
Quantum drive is now on.
That's actually, I'll meet up with you and goof around here in a minute. Let me see if I'm trying to get rid of this, these med supplies. It seems to be kinda screwy. Where is this spin? Maybe coming at the station from an odd angle too here. Oh, there it is. Cool. If I can't sell it here, then I'll just give up. No biggie.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay. Landing gear deployed. Landing complete. Hey.
See if it'll buy it here. I don't care if it's profit wise or whatever. Actually, this used to be a good run, just med supplies to here. But you had to wait. Here it was, again, it was like 200 a sell. Yeah, I know why they put all the elevators and trains in there so you can stop. Cause it's a health risk thing. Fire safety code. They know people are gonna run to the elevator, so they gotta make you slow down, get your heart rate back. It's a feature. What am I here? Let's see, admin. That's what I'm looking yeah, get the long coat. I still haven't even bought a long coat. Damn. I really should go get some. Yeah, see, it still shows me a $2.99 or 300, but I shouldn't. I sold some. That 50 credit, I think they gave me over there. I use my, yeah. Wait, I didn't ever set my, okay. Yeah. Transaction succeeded and it went down. Okay. Never mind. I'm gonna wait and do it. I'll try 100 next round here,
You
but
exceeded the allotted time.
I want to wait the time, so. It's gonna take a minute, but I just want to see it work or not. Yeah, I don't have the long coat anymore because I got this other one I kind of like. This one here, short coat, but I need to give me a long coat too. That'd be better for some time. Yeah, I got this one now, so I kind of like it. First and only flare item I actually thought was cool. Okay, I successfully sold 100. Yay. Thank you, thank you. So this place may buy more than the outpost with 150, with at least 100 so far. We'll try. I only have 150 left to sell, so we'll try that, which would indicate 200. I've never seen it actually break it on 150s. So yeah, it's one of the few items I've ever seen. You know, it's the only short jacket I like. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I do still like that long jacket. I just haven't bought one. Kind of looks like a bomber's jacket. So. So the route now to keep from deadheading might be med supplies to here. Well, if you even wanted to mess with them. And then maybe take something from here. What does I wonder what else you can buy here. I wonder what it, no. Maybe scrap, but I don't know. Let's see if you can get 150.
Ooh, how you been?
Hey, how you doing, Jabu? That was his access. Yeah. Let's see today. There we go.
I usually wind up spending all my money on armor and weapons before I even get started.
Cool. We sold the last of the med supplies, so I'm thinking I can sell at least 200 here. Yeah, you know me, I don't do a lot with clothes. That's why I was like, I just, I don't even subscribe that often. I just subscribe for the PTU every now and again. But this month they had that jacket as one of the sub players. I'm like, well, that's actually a nice jacket.
Oh, they got a lot of colors for the helmet now.
Oh, I see. Alright. Pad. I can't see which pad. That's a bummer. 2 or 4. So you've been checking out the different components, or since they're persistent,
What is?
your ship components and weapons.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Nope.
you haven't. Okay, well that's the biggest advantage change. Oops, I almost died. Advantage change you're probably gonna notice is that now if you add I made it. If you add aftermarket components or whatever to your ship, and then you have to reclaim your ship, they persist. You keep the components. So yeah, everybody's been, or I have anyway, been going through the components, trying to learn them. You know, it's like, okay, well, you know, up till now it hasn't been worth buying components. You know, you just tend to have to, redo it too often. You know, first time you DC or whatever, you lose your components. But
Yeah.
now they fixed it. So.
That's one of the top of the list I've been wishing for.
Yeah. Well, everybody. I mean, it's like it effectively made it useless to even think about trying to upgrade your ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a biggie that's changed. Oh, I don't even see my ship. It must have despawned. Of course, for now, you'll still lose them on a wipe if you buy them in game or whatever. But yeah, even the ones you swipe off of other ships, you know, persist on the one you put them on.
That was a lot better than I just bought them and then I die.
Oh yeah, I've literally in a prior version before this, literally went and bought some weapons because I wanted to check some weapons. Spawned to the ship, died going down the stairs, getting to the ship. I mean, before I
Jeez.
even saw it, and went back up, and it was nowhere to be found. It had stored it, but it wouldn't let me respawn it. I had to claim it. I mean, relog trying to get it to just spawn and everything else. Nope.
Oh man, they've added orange to my Inquisitor arms. I don't remember orange being on there. Oh, I remember. I think I did it vice versa. I made the chest with twilight color and everything else black. So I guess we're making the arms black.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
I love the blue and black combination, but not like so much blue.
Yeah, well, you usually you're one of those that spend the time. I really should. I don't to coordinate and get the colors better.
I'm trying to make a character, but the main thing I need is some age and a freaking gray goatee. So that's up there with persistent weapons and gear on my list of what I need.
What you want, yeah.
Let's see.
Well, there's one. I mean, there's one skin combination or face or whatever it is you choose that makes you look a little wrinkly. The one I choose. Let's see.
It can only be attributable to
Can't see
human
it in the
error.
helmet.
Where do you buy flare?
As far as I know, you just refuel and repair to
Armor.
replace it. Oh, flare armor flares. They don't
Yeah,
have those yet.
Oh, okay.
They had them in one helmet, I think, for one of them, that Christmas, because they had the lights. I think that was a flare, but I don't know. I think they don't sell them yet, is what I understand.
Yeah, but that Inquisitor armor is slick. That's my favorite one. I love that torso. It looks kind of like scales.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about this character wouldn't carry a rifle mainly. I was wondering if I could get by with some good pistols.
Well, yeah. I mean, I did real good the other day with pistols. I died earlier using one, but I don't think it was the pistol's fault. It depends. I mean, if you're just doing FPS missions, yeah, you can actually get by with a pistol. The only time you might get in trouble is if they happen to spawn 3 or 4 guys right on top of you, which does happen.
I went to that place where you hack your crime stat.
Yeah.
And I was in there and I was having fun killing all the AIs, and I just killed him, and some dude ran in there and I almost shot him because I thought he was an AI, but that's a player. Then he killed me. It's like, why?
Targeting reticle.
It's kind of an open FPS area and a PvP area. Yeah, it's that and bunker missions.
When I could have killed him easily, but I was like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, that and bunker missions. You're best off just to shoot first, ask questions later. If you happen to run, because I'm like you, I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Wear the white hat kind of thing when I can. But yeah, it's bit me in the butt a couple of times at SPK and bunkers. At bunkers, if I'm done with the mission, I won't. If I see somebody, I'll just unequip my weapon. Then if they kill me, it's not really any loss. I've already completed it.
Can you only buy med pins one at a time from this guy?
I think they've added some of that dynamic stuff. You can try some of the R&Rs.
I can go to utility there. Buy more than one there.
Because, yeah, several people have said that, like at Port O, apparently everybody buys them there, so they always run out. That's kind of what the dynamic system is, but I don't know how much of that or if it's even in or what. I do know I found, like at R&R 5, I think it was, the other day I could buy as many as I wanted. I mean, 100 at a time. I didn't have the money, but
I just got like 7 over here at X. I never buy oxygen. I never seem to need it. Unless I take my helmet off and it's in the city and it's a place where there's no oxygen for that reason.
Well, I haven't needed it lately. They seem to have fixed the freelancer cockpit. That's the only time I ever needed it. Because the freelancer used to not have oxygen in it. It would burn up your pseudo-2.
Huh.
They seem to have fixed that.
Holy shit, I'm already down to 1632. UEC. Let's go look and see what the most expensive pistol is. They all seem to be at 651. So they're not awesome. Don't we come with a pistol? Just crashed.
Yeah, you should have a arc light unless you lost it. Just a regular arc light.
I just crashed. Shopping.
Shopping. Shopping's high risk. Are you still over at Grimhugs?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully you are.
Well, yeah, I assume I am. I always go there right after I spawn in. It's got my jacket. My jacket used to be at Ollie, the Horde, that long coat.
Oh yeah.
They have other ones, but I don't like them.
Yeah, dual tone or something like that. I think is the one I usually get. At Grimhex, that's where they sold it too. Though.
And Grimhex has my favorite armor, that Inquisitor armor. I'm not even sure what it classified as. Light or medium?
Just look at one of the pieces and it'll tell you in the pane, in the information pane. It's 30 and 40 are mediums. I know that. Let's see. Grimhex. I guess I really should see if I even have. Yeah, I got a little credits, enough for the jacket.
They let me do recovery.
Nice. I did that earlier. It gave me a recovery.
I subscribed for the month and I got a 600i.
Right.
And Vandal ship scythe, I think. That's what it gave me last time I subscribed.
I didn't know what the second one is. I only do the $10 subscribe, so you only get one ship.
Oh yeah, what do you get?
The 600 this month.
Okay. Yeah, I usually get those two and maybe a special one every now and then.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta make some money so I can buy some weapons now, or some stuff for my ship. I could be able to fix up that Titan. Now, if I can remember all the things that, damn, I forgot the streamer that he's been moving, so he hadn't been on in months. He's really good PvP pilot.
Moist Noodle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he told me all the cool stuff, the best stuff to buy, like coolers and guns and things.
Yeah. Well,
and I was like, well, that's nice, but I'm not going to buy it because I'll die as soon as I leave.
And lose it, yeah. And well, they actually since he's been out, since the Origin sale came on, they introduced a couple of new components that are pretty nice. Actually,
I bet.
One or two are the best in the game now. Let's see if I still have. I don't have it up, but I can bring it up. Give me a second. I have a list of the components, kind of by best. For the smaller ship, that's yours is the Titan. It's going to be a size 1. Let's see. And so yeah, here's your here's the components. Yeah, you're still going to want to use force wall shields, which he probably told you, and Starheart power. Those are the same from 3.5 ish. But now the new ones are the EcoFlow coolers and the Foxfire Quantum for size 1s. And that's not counting your guns, that's just components. Right, you lose whatever weapon you're holding or using equipped. Not on your person. You can equip them on your suit. You know, any you want or whatever. The only time you'll lose it is if it's in use, equipped. I always put them in there, but I really shouldn't. I usually tend to get killed more by my own grenades than they help me. I never use them. Right.
Landing complete. This is the same.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing. Right now. You go into third person, it comes up. You get out of the cockpit, it goes. It's like, I don't know. It seems like it does it every time. Is it? No, I think there was two. It's a Titan, right? There were 2 Titans sitting on the pad. One was leaving. Yeah, I'm guessing the other one was yours. That's what I thought. I bet one of those is his. I'm coming up the steps now. Eventually. Yeah, they need it. They had that odd finish on them. That yeah, they yeah, that's the crinkle effect, like something odd. I can go check it. Yeah, I'm standing by the. That's because I crashed out. Do we still have a party? Yeah, yeah, you'd have to redo the party. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't think that happens because I've been shot in the chest a couple of times. I'm gonna go buy that coat. No, I'm still in your party. Need to disband yours. There you go. You gonna send me one, or you want me to send you one? Yeah, good deal.
Transitioning gear.
There. Now we should have it. Yep. Yeah. No, I can see it. Let's see. Where was I going? Oh, right. Is this it? No, I'm looking for the club. I went the wrong way. Yeah. Here's the one I like right here. Yeah, I think so. You gotta go in the dressing room, man. They're I ought to get something different for the undershirt, but I don't. I've never seen anything. All right, man, that guy's dead. That's what drugs will. That's what widow will do to you, man. He probably thought he ate it all. That's not. That's actually not too bad. Looking jacket there, but. Yeah. Huh. That's one of the things I want that I have been like. Frankly, I think they need is sunglasses, and they ought to work like the monocle to give you chat. Yeah. As far as I know, there's no place in game to buy any, and that would be a sure bet if you had to. Uh, I'm glitched, I guess. Yeah. 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 Oh, I know. No, don't think. Oh, yeah, I am. Maybe, yeah. Yep, I'm dying. No wonder I'm grimacing. Yeah. I wonder if that's why I was grimacing. That's funny. I was actually gonna just, unequip my jacket and then put it back on, or unequip and put my suit back on, but I didn't think I was in a hurry. What it looked like to me was like I was trying to hatch a big one. Yeah, well, and selfie cam. I think I went the wrong way. Uh, a minus key, number pad minus. It doesn't show on my screen. It's I don't know. I got it at Area 18, I think. Yeah, Area 18. I got all of my armor at Area 18. It's ADF Woodland. No, not unless you invite them to party. Cheer.
Hearing.
She ran off in a hurry. Clap. Oh, I got that one turned off. Cheer.
Hearing.
Wave.
Waving hello.
Yeah, that's that's true.
But you might be like, just talking in chat and go, hey. Your guy keeps waving.
This thing has a lot of settings to adjust the weight and everything of voice. I haven't messed with them, but it seems to be pretty good. If, for instance, let me find some of them. I got like 20 or 30 of these commands. A whistle. Let me move that and just leave it open. Like blah blah.
Blah blah.
But it doesn't seem to do them in a sentence. If you're talking in a sentence, for instance, I can say the word laugh in a sentence just like that, and it won't capture it as a command. But if I say laugh,
Laughing.
right, you gotta do like a 1-2 count before and after, or it picks it up as text rather than a command.
So you could just say hi.
Yeah.
Or say ha ha.
I could say hello or whatever, and still say it in a sentence, like the words blah blah. So long
Like if you say hello so and so in chat, how you doing? Blah blah blah. You won't have to worry about it.
Right.
That's cool. That's amazing. Haven't downloaded it yet. I was going to, but I figured I needed to update the game first.
Oh yeah.
So I've done that, and I got my gear. Now I just need money. I have a mission for 5,000 for bounty hunting, but I normally don't do too well with those by myself.
Sure, I'll go with you. You
I wonder.
want me to fight? If it's a bounty hunter, I'll just follow you. That's one of my standards. I do bounty hunters
Yeah, I've seen your
left
ship
and right.
tearing them up. Except, it's too bad we can't share. Or can we?
Oh, I'm not worried about it. You just tell me
Are
who
we
to kill.
sharing because we're in a group?
No. The only way you could do that would be one of the beacons, but they're like timed, and I've had issue with that. So, in other words, I don't
This
think.
one's open.
Yeah.
My ship's still out there. As soon as I run up to it, they'll store it. I didn't even look to see where it was. I hope it's not too far away.
Here, let me get my mine is too. I'll just use the freelancer. I was gonna say I could get my other little one. That would be probably the 325.
I see you eating them up with your freelance. You love that shit, don't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Those 4 Manuses, dude, they take out anything. Turrets, ships. I can do it my little 325 too, but it takes a lot longer on some of the ships.
I wonder how much I need to go get things for my ship.
If you upgrade all the components, let me see. I just looked at that list. Let me bring it up again. I think it's around 200K if you upgrade all the components, and that's not counting the weapons. Yeah, it's 200. It's 204K, and I don't remember if that was using the Guardians or the Force Walls, but I don't suggest using the Guardians at this moment. It's going to be 200 to 230K, and that's not counting the weapons. For instance, my 325, it cost me 280K roughly to upgrade weapons and everything. Shields are one of the most expensive. The force wall shields, the big shields, are 31K a piece. You need 2 of them, so. And that's the size ones. This freelancer is even higher. It costs even more to do. Yeah.
It can only be attributable to human error.
Look in your map.
Look at the actual mission too. It tells me. Accepted. Crusader.
It's for Crusader security. Then it may be in the Hurston area.
Crusader worried about Hurston.
We might need to get out of the way. There's a Connie right above you. He may be trying to land. We're kind of like right over the landing. Yeah, you can move over a little bit if you want without getting out of the area, but. Uh, Let me get out of here. Maybe it is right here. Or is this a player bounty? What's the name of the target? Do you have a name? Does it have a does it have a space in it? Okay, that's AI then. Right. AIs have spaces. Right. Well, AI have spaces in their names. Right. Well, I moved away, so now let's see if it's got that same. I mean, you'd have a big marker on screen and in the map. I know the ones in the ones over in Hurston area take 30 minutes or so, 30 seconds or so to pop up before they show, but it should have certainly shown up by now. Yeah, then I would probably just try another one. I don't know. The ones in Hurston are 6, 7, and 8,000. So yeah, five grand isn't much for a bounty. Yeah, if you go to the bottom of the list, you can find those higher paid deliveries. And if you happen to be in the Hurston area, there's actually some of them that are 8,500 deliveries. Yeah, yeah, but the FTLs, there's like I have 4 FTLs showing now. 2 of them are 1785. F those. 2 of them are 8925. I have 2 delivery missions for 8925. Maybe so. But yeah, those are the highest paying bounty missions. Uh, no, it's selling. Yeah, go for that one. Cause
Like that right now.
actually, the ones I like to look for are the ones that pick up at R&Rs.
Yeah.
You know, if
I
you
think I
have an
saw one.
R&R on one end or the other, that can speed it up because you don't have to go planet side, right? So, yeah, that's kind of what I look for. But
I wonder if we're in a party. I don't see it. because it's just showing me you again. That's lame. Hold on.
Oh, it shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't matter. Let me grab one just to see. You're doing a Covalax mission. Let me, delivery for Covalax. Here we go. What, they're backward today?
Wait, are you at yellow already? You're
I'm right beside you, yeah. Harcourt mining. Yellow. Harcourt mining. Is that the one you took? Yeah,
it was yellow to somewhere.
Okay, well I got it right here. I can see the marker, so yeah, it's you.
Well, I guess I need to clear my profile folder, whatever it's called. That's probably what's causing the trouble.
Maybe so, but yeah, here, I just picked that. It's probably the mission you just picked up. It's from here to R-Corp on one of those.
It's shipment waiting at Benson Mining on Yella to be taken to Humboldt Mines on Lyria.
Oh, okay. Well, just find Benson Mining here and see if you can do it.
We'll see.
You should have a marker there if you have it accepted and tracked. Did it track?
Well, there's Benson Mining Outpost. Cool.
And if you have it accepted and tracked, you should be able to do it, but you should get a marker for it.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely did.
I normally see a marker and tells you where to go.
Yeah.
But like I said, I didn't delete my folder.
Yeah.
There's probably some mix-up.
Yeah, if you haven't played in that long, some of the keybinds might have changed too, and that may be an issue too if you didn't clean your folder out. Because the last couple of patches, they did have a few odd keybind changes.
Wish there was a way to see the marker without having the spool up.
Or a way to be able to spool up and still see your throttle controls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had to say that I don't like the way it completely changes
One or the other.
Yeah, I not being able to see your speed, especially now when you come out of quantum, you may be going that fast, however fast you're going when you go in. So yeah, if you're going full throttle, 1,000 kilometers a second or whatever, and quantum to PO, you'll go right by it. There's no way to stop. You can turn and burn and stop, but yeah, you come out of quantum at 1,000 kilometers a second, and you're going to go right by that station every time. So yeah, I really think they need to have a way to see your speed. That's just.
Yeah, I almost going a little too fast. I had to pull up.
I mean, personally, I think the spool up part ought to just be in the center, of the regular HUD. The regular HUD shouldn't disappear like that. But I just got to get used to.
Looks like they slowed down the your descent.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I had to actually hold F down. Usually F is what I've changed. Go down to
yeah,
land.
straight.
And I'll be slamming into the ground a lot because you have to tap it. I just held it down and it slowly went down. I wonder if they've changed that. So I got to go pick up a box, I assume. Crate. And I wish I could find that wrecked caterpillar. I used to be able to find it, and they've changed the surface where it's just bright yellow.
Oh
I
yeah.
used to could see the mountain range from the sky, from the orbit, and I could go right to it. Now it's tough, more difficult. Holy crap! I parked far enough away.
I think there's a wreck or two in the Hurston area that I haven't found. The caterpillar's probably one of the ones I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's not showing me where the package is.
Yeah, that one's probably borked.
I think my game is.
I had to do this one twice to get it to give it to me, but yeah, because it just changed location. It's giving me the new location. Seems to be working.
I have Bounty Collection Authorization Assessment as the title of the mission on my screen, but it's not telling me where anything is.
Well, see that you need to go into your accepted missions and see what you get. I think you have the wrong mission tracked. In other words, that sounds like you still have the bounty mission tracked.
I deleted that one. I thought. Let me check.
Oh, okay.
Accepted. Just the delivery pilot. Wait, there it is. Here we go. Looks like that might have been it. Boss.
And sometimes it's not necessarily you select when you take a second mission. Sometimes it borks which ones.
I don't have a title at all now. Hold on. Oh, I had to tell it to track it. All right.
Yeah, I've had that same thing. Where I.
It's all making sense.
Yeah, take a second one and it would never track it, or it wouldn't, or it all of a sudden tracked the first one.
Yeah, I thought I deleted. I usually do that abandoned by force of habit.
Yeah, but some people do multiple missions at a time and everything, and I never have had. I've done it a couple of times and had success, but more than not, it messes up your trackers, your markers.
Makes sense. Oh, it's the machine thing. I don't.
Yeah, they're all. I haven't seen any lately that go to the NPC, to be honest.
Well, is it ever just like a crate you just pick up? Yeah, it's in the vending machine thing.
Yeah. Well, sometimes the deliveries are just set on a shelf, like a crate. But yeah, I don't. It depends on which missions. I think there may be some that.
That's what I was looking for, and I probably would have never thought to look at the vending machine thing.
But yeah, most of them are now at the vendors. I think those are the ones that work the best, so they moved them to those. Move some of the ones they're having issues with to those because they seem to work.
I tried to carry a package in the EMP ship once. The EMP Titan, and it was like throwing a brick into a dryer.
Yeah, yeah. I rode in the back of the MP Titan once. It was like being a brick in a dryer.
Yeah, I think I can see how people could hate the deliveries because they can probably get boring, but the easy money, I think.
Yeah, these are if you find the right ones, 7K and up is pretty good money for just moving a box.
I need to make enough money to get some good weapons, then I can do some bounty hunting, good shields and good coolers. So at least gives you a goal and something to do, and it's really not that grindy compared to a lot of games.
Interdicted.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if they turned it up or what. I got interdicted 4 times last night in in less than an hour. And before that, it's been weeks since I think. But all of a sudden now I'm getting interdicted every time I turn around. I'm just gonna fly through them. I don't want to fool with them.
AI addicted, interdicted.
Yeah. Yeah, I just kept going, flew on, ignored them, and flew on.
I still don't know what all the symbols are under the bottom on your HUD. That's like, you don't even know what we have anymore. Go for thruster, boost, and all that. The little symbols that come up now instead of the words.
Yeah, I'm in quantum, so I can't see them and tell you and help you. Let me get out of quantum. I'll be able to give you a quick rundown of them. You have Q, which is like your quantum fuel. Oh, here we go.
You can't spool. I guess I'm still in the atmosphere.
Yeah, from left to right, you have your quantum fuel percent on the bottom. Then the next one is like your chafe. Then the G is your G's. And the far right, I don't know, that looks more like I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, your hydro fuel is the right bar. So. And your quantum fuel is the little percent number at the bottom left of your those are the two you really need. The rest of it, I don't think they're much of anything really. Oh, do I not have a target anymore? I guess when you drop out of quantum, it takes away your target. I didn't realize that. I haven't done a delivery mission in a while.
Where was I supposed to go? Forgot. Holy crap.
Probably all the way to Arcorp.
Yeah. Hey, Lyria. Oh, I can go straight there, maybe? No, gotta go to Arcorp first. I don't understand why I don't let you say it's in the right orbit where you can go directly to it. They still want you to go to the planet.
Yeah, I think it's just their tracking. And you can drop out of quantum, by using the B key again while you're in quantum, and it'll drop that whatever waypoint you're aimed at, you were quantumed at, and go to the next one. But you still can't do it to moons until you get inside that solar system. In other words,
Yeah.
as you go by it, you can press and hold the B, and it'll drop. I think it's press and hold. I don't know, but it's the B key. It's either tap or press and hold. But if you drop out of quantum, then it'll drop the R-core waypoint
Really?
and let you go straight there. Yeah. If you're in the same one, like one time I was. Actually, you can do that from outside. You can do that from across the map. If you're headed to R-Corp and you know it's not behind R-Corp, you can drop out and go straight to Lyria.
What? You just got to get it started a little.
You just let it map it and then delete that waypoint by dropping out. See, like right now, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to R-Corp. I'm going to go ahead and... Okay, it's press and hold, I think.
Yeah, it takes a bit.
Yeah.
I just got interdicted, but I don't see any ships. It's not letting me spool yet.
And so it should drop my waypoint to R-Corp and take me right to Lyria. I really ought to check my heat.
You chicken.
Power on. There it goes. Yep. It deletes the first waypoint and takes you straight to the second one. No, it leaves that, it continues that same waypoint. Oh, well, yeah, now I screwed up. Oh, you're gonna overheat unless you adjust your quantum. That thing will, from 300 on your quantum drive, it'll overheat at 700. And that'll give you 24 million kilometers in that ship, roughly. Anything look further than that, and you're going to overheat, unless you adjust that quantum drive. The Titan... Hold on, let me look it up. It's Odyssey? EOS? I don't remember now. Let me look it up. I have a pic of it. I can find pretty.
Should I turn shields and weapons off?
That doesn't help at all.
Heat?
People, yeah, the people were saying that does, but that doesn't help at all.
Yeah, I've never noticed it do anything.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
So how do I get to my quantum drive?
It's right there at where you're at. Hold on, let me find it. I gotta find where. I'm just looking through the list here.
My little triangle with the Y in it is adjusted.
That's
I
not
didn't
what
adjust it.
Oh, okay. You go to the menu on your FFDs, select heat, and here it is. It's an expedition. Select heat, and then right next, and then you hit the second tab, items, and then you find the expedition.
I'll go menu and then what?
Heat.
Heat. It's not bringing up anything.
Scroll down. And then once you're on the heat tab, there's a little item. There's a secondary tab. I don't know if you're
I hit
watching.
heats and it just shows me guns.
Okay, no, you're in guns. Then go to the heat tab. Go
Yeah,
to
I
the
went to
menu.
heat.
Go to heat items, and then mine's the cool core, or mine's the crossfield, but yours will be an Indo.
It's really
Or
wonky. It's not working right. I go to menu and I have all these icons to choose from. I can click heat or comms or whatever. They all just keep going to weapons. Let me try different.
what did I say it was? I forgot now. But it's an expedition. You'll have an expedition. That's the cooler, or that's the quantum drive. I said items. Is that what it is? Let me. Yeah. And you're in the heat tab. That's not. Oh yeah, mine just borked. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Here's what you come up with by default, and then you click items, and then I mean here's mine. You can see I'm starting to warm up. But yours will say expedition right there. That's your are you in quantum now? Okay. Well, you might try exiting the seat and getting back in. I was gonna say to turn off the ship, exit, get back in the seat, and turn it back on. That might fix it. But I don't. Without, I guess you could hit the U button and shut down and do that, but it's gonna drop you out of quantum and everything. They got rid of that. Yeah, the shield, the low power warning, they got rid of that. It was triggering just because when you start up, there's no power, right? So it was triggering that down alarm that you heard continuously, and then it was a bug that it didn't go out. So yeah, but they ended up getting rid of it or fixing it. Cool. I wasn't sure. And the top, it'll be the top one. You only have one. It's just a duplicate for generic purposes for ships in the future that might have to. Okay, well look, is what you're looking at is the small. Okay, that temperature when it gets to 660, it'll give you the audible warning. It's overheating, and at 700, it'll shut down. Now, to to prevent it from shutting down mid jump, you grab the bar and just drag it down to the left. The power. Right, you cap its power. The bad side of that is that if you go to spool it up again, it'll take forever and a day. You got to drag it back up to keep it from so it'll spool up reasonably. So yeah, without adjust. Hey, I see you. Oh no, that's my stop. That wasn't you. That's my stop. I thought I was passing you in Quaddle. Yeah. But yeah, you can see them quantuming away, and if you can tell where they went, you can follow them. Oh yeah. Well, I'm going to Walla. Yeah, exactly. And if you cycle that device off, you turn your expedition, the power button on the left side. You see, if you turn that off and turn it back on, it'll go all the way to 300. So that's your base temp. That's the lowest temperature you can get. It's 300. Yes, it will while you're in quantum. Yes. In fact, that's a way to break out of quantum, right? But yeah, I'm just giving you an example. So the working range is 300 to 7. Once it hits 700, it'll overheat. It'll shut down. Yeah, and well, I thought it was random. I mean, and the reason I thought it was random isn't the overheat process isn't random, but that quantum drive can spawn with any amount of heat in it. You can claim a ship, so it's brand new, spawn it out, and your quantum drive might spawn with 550 heat on it. Yeah, which yeah, which means it'll overheat in quantum a lot faster. And so I actually, well, whatever the trip, I mean, the range of that quantum drive is 3 to 7, and if it spawns at 550, then if it's already at 550, you only have from 550 to 700. So it's going to overheat faster. Yeah, oh yeah, it very gradually declines, but not near enough that if you launch and quantum away, it's going to matter much. Right. Oh no no no! Once it overheats, or if you cycle the power or anything else, it'll start back out at 300 like it's supposed to. If it overheats and you start over, it'll be 300 because it actually powers it down. So right, right. That Titan should go 24 million kilometers, and two times 24, two times. Well, if you then they might have changed something because that was in 3.5. Before you'd had a max of that's with all default settings and all default equipment in that Titan. You had a max of 24 million kilometers with size 1. Well, in that Titan with size 1. Didn't matter what size 1 it was. Yeah, that may have reset it there. Yeah, I'd have to think that the interdiction cycles it off. It shuts it down. So that's probably resetting it to 300 from that point. But yeah. Yeah. That no. No, that's Okay, well, if you've adjusted your power down, then it may never overheat. You can go indefinitely then until you run out of fuel. I'm saying if you don't adjust it, don't do anything, you have a maximum of 24 million kilometers. Once you, right, right, there's also another smaller line closer to the bottom that's like a minimum. I think they're, right, right. I think it's the upper and lower limit without the, yeah, and it'll actually decrease in temperature if you go all the way down. Yeah, and so, yeah, it'll go indefinitely if you're adjusting the power. I'm saying with default settings, without doing anything, you got to max at 24 million kilometers. Oh, yeah, and it just, especially when it seemed random because the ship was spawning in with heat to start with. It really was. I mean, it was confusing the shit out of me. I mean, yeah, how can they do that? It just blew my mind. Surely this isn't just some random deal. It sure seemed like it. Yeah, it's the one shield. Or it's one of the keys. They have F4 or F5 through F8 are power settings keys. Hit F5 and see if it doesn't center it. Oh, it's F5 through F8. One of them will center. Try F6, then F7, then F8. One of them will center it. Okay. Yeah, but those will only help with like over afterburners overheating and stuff, not the quantum drive overheating. You also have on your keypad, uh, on your keypad, 5 is center, and then all the surrounding ones adjust it toward that direction. Like 4 will direct it to your left shields, 8 will direct it to your top shield. I'm on the planet. I just delivered my. Went by. Yeah, I just delivered my box. I got paid. It'll spline you around. You'll go around the planet to it. If it's green, you don't need one. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead and quantum straight there. It'll spline you around the planet if it's green. The quantum will take you around.
Launch sequence is complete. Landing gear on.
Yeah, the moons aren't that big. You can actually kind of fly around those without. Let's see, where am I? I need to. Oh yeah, from there you probably need a. You're not to the planet yet. Uh, yeah. Oh, I see. So you do need a. It should give you a route around that, though. No, it should route you to an OM, though. I mean, in other words, undo your route and redo your route, and I'll bet it'll give you an OM. It probably just it probably just didn't have enough spots or something. Sometimes they don't. Yeah, you're. No, not that I know of.
Spolling quantum drive.
No, they don't. Pretty sure they don't. Yeah, just sometimes they don't route right. Yeah, you can run it back up, but because it will take. I mean, if you have it all the way to that lower thing, it takes a long time to spool. Right, right. The Yeah, he's hell on wheels in combat, from what I can see. I mean, I'm no combat pilot, so, but just from watching his show, I've actually seen him, and and I've actually shot at him, and yeah, that is usually a mistake. Let me just say that. Now, I was in a hammerhead, so it wasn't like he was, gonna kill us or anything. But he sat there and played with. I mean, it was like cat and mouse there, but there was no way we could hit him. He was so good he could keep moving around, and and he kept trying to figure out how to hit us. But a little tip about that Titan that most people don't know: it's the only ship in game with a size 4 EMP. It's twice as strong as even the Eclipse. It's the strongest EMP in the game. And, even the bigger, I think it's an Eclipse, is the bigger EMP ship. Even it only has a size 2 EMP. But yeah, I've never quite, gotten the EMPs down. I've Fusion good buddy of mine. He may be listening still, but I've used his a couple of times, and I've never quite gotten the knack for them down yet. They're cool. I mean, I'm considering, like, I have a 325 that is kind of earmarked to become a cutlass, but I'm considering making it that EMP Titan. Like I said, right now I don't think you can buy them. They'd have to. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Fusion was taking down the NPC hammerheads with it. So think about that. As far as I know, it's the only solo ship in the game that you can take down an NPC hammerhead. He could knock the power out like in 2 blasts, and then he just, with no shields, he could destroy it, even with the guns on that Titan. Because yeah, I mean, the hammerhead is terribly strong, but for the same reason the 600 is, because of those shields. Once the shields go, it's not hard to, and pretty much any weapons will take it down. But actually, those Titans are fairly well. I mean, they're the best armed ships, or best or equally armed ships up to the Cutlass. Are they? Well, I just beat you there. I was gonna go do a bounty real quick. Now you'd have to come to Lorville, and once you get to Lorville, you should have uh, you should have H L1 is the one right in front of Hurston here. Her L1. But yeah, I like those because delivering to the delivering or picking up. Anyone that has one or the other side of that to an R&R is kind of a benefit, because you don't. That's one you don't have to go planet side. Now it's a little easier now, I guess, since you can quantum away at 10,000 elevation. But that's when I started doing, when I figured that out, is, look for those R&Rs was back when you had to get all the way out of atmosphere. That was time consuming. So yeah, R&Rs could save you 15 minutes on that, 10, 15 minutes on that trip. Now you still save a little bit. But yeah, you only get the ones I like, the bounty missions I like are these, let's say, Hurston Dynamics, and you only get these at Hurston area. You have to be in the Hurston solar area or whatever. So wow, now that's a cool one. Nice. Hey, Triton. Appreciate lurks. I don't have any lurk emote. He just typed lurk in chat, so I'd know he was here. Yeah, that's cool. Really? Yeah. Well,
Toggle lights.
he's yeah. Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, he had a TV show, and I've seen him on Twitch, and like, wow, he gets thousands of viewers just doing his art, and so I guess he's pretty good at what he does. Yeah, and you have that many. Yeah, you got 2,000 people watching a show. Yeah, I think trolls would get hammered pretty quick. Those 2,000 aren't there to listen to that crap. Yeah. I remember the TV show he did. He was on some TV show for a while. Probably. That we do like watch a lot of that. So yeah, that would make sense. I knew he was on a TV show, and I've seen that a couple of times. I didn't really watch it, but I don't know. Freeze. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Crash. Yeah, landing gear does not matter anymore. It'll still retract when you go into quantum, but it doesn't slow you down. It's no longer the air brake. I used to love that gear slowing you down. You could zoom in, hit the gear, and land pretty easy. It drop your speed fast. Yeah, that's why they took it out. No, well, the space bar will help slow you down. I don't know. Is space bar air brake? Mine's all custom. So. I know it's strafe up, right? Yeah, yeah. I know. Recovery's worked twice today. That's pretty cool. I'm guessing it ruined that mission, but I take that back. Oh, my bad. I am. I got. Sorry about that. No, I have it. I have a hotkey for turning that audio on and off, and I must have hit the button.
I think I didn't get enough to get it fuel. Make it.
Can you hear him now, Titan?
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought I was on your stream the whole time, so I've been watching my words, trying not to sound
Well,
like an
you were.
idiot.
I think I accidentally muted that audio channel just accidentally somewhere along the line. Yeah.
So you've been talking to yourself with his imaginary friend.
Yeah, I've been talking to my imaginary friend.
I said, "Hey, Lurker Triton," years ago, it seems. By the way,
I love
that
it,
was
my
funny.
imaginary world. Everyone loves me there. I think I'm
You
in.
remind me of an old Bob Newhart show.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to love the New York. All right. Yeah, yeah. Little keywords he'd throw out there. Yeah. Uh, According to me, that's my life story. You know, the only intelligent person surrounded by idiots. Of course, my wife disagrees. Well, I'll be. It put me back where I was. That is that Netflix or what is that?
I don't know if it's on Netflix or anything, but they just released. That was the thing about HBO that always happens a bit. The writer and the HBO people argued, so they just shut it down after the third season, and it was incomplete. So all the fans were like bitching, kind of like what they did to Game of Thrones. Everybody was fussing about it, but they just a week or two ago released a little movie on HBO that cleaned up the ending for everyone.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. So I was like, well, I got to watch the whole season again because I don't even remember half of these people.
It's not on Netflix, and I'm not logged in right now. I guess for some reason to Hulu, so I can't check it. Yeah, I don't have HBO. So I
I
have
used to
it.
watch Hulu a lot. Now you can't watch it for free.
Nah,
There's some
nah.
good shows on there.
Yeah, he was
Some of the
talking about
originals.
Deadwood. That's what I was looking up. Uh, yeah, you're
Yeah,
still
I'm rewatching it. I'm finished with season 2. I got to get season 3. But the dialogue is what I'm so impressed with because realistically, back in the day, there were two main books people carried around with them. Of course, the Bible and the dictionary. Because conversation was your entertainment. You didn't have radio and TV. So, I mean, they'll use all these big words and it can insult you that you're not sure were you insulted or not. And yeah, E.B. Barnum, I think, is the guy. That guy from Bob Newhart show, Larry. He plays
yeah.
a sleazy hotel owner that he just did a wonderful job. They all did actually. But
I
he
still
really
have the
stands out.
mission, but it's not showing. Untrack it and retrack it.
Yes, I can't wait for Red Dead 2 to come out online on PC, so I can do some RP of that, cowboying around. That would be fun.
I actually watched Nerd play it. It was kind of funny.
Really? He played it?
Yeah, 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 he streamed it.
Yeah. Well, this space is sort of a Western frontier, also. Sort of like Serenity. You could do the same thing. That was a Western set in space. Goes well together. What was it called?
Is it Serenity? Stop. Let me look. I've got it on my Firefly. Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, it was Firefly. Well, I was trying to get this mission back, but I don't have a waypoint. I mean, it kept the mission, but I don't have the waypoint. So I tracked and untracked and tracked it and seeing if it pops up. Give it a minute. But yeah, it looks like it's bored. Oh well. I think I'm gonna call it here. Take a break, get some lunch, and maybe get back on here in a little while. So I'm gonna. Yeah, I should have ate breakfast this morning. That would have been good.
I think I'm just gonna have some ravioli, chip ORD.
And let's see. Send you good folks over to Plot C. He's another smaller streamer like myself. Pretty cool guy. And I'll hang out.
Oh crap! I think I'm out of fuel. Quantum fuel.
I know.
0%. Well, what I got to do now? Die?
Yeah.
So you
Well,
think,
that sounds like a backspace teleport to me.
shit. And I remember seeing it, and then I forgot to refuel.
I appreciate everybody showing up and watching me. Y'all are great fun. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. If I'm not streaming later, I may be playing, but not streaming. We'll see.
Cool. I'll look for you.
Everybody have a good day.